Excellent. Okay. Representative Sims, we are live on YouTube.
Thank you, Phil. And thank you everyone for being here. I now want to open up the Transportation Committee meeting for March 24th at 11:12 a.m. And with that, I'll go back to you, Mr. Clerk. Phil?
Yes, sorry, could you say that again? I have a little audio pause. The meeting has started by my count at 11:13.
Okay, 11:13 it is. Are we going to wait for Representative Lamar or Senator Haskell? Are you going to take over at this point?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We are going to wait for Representative Lamar.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Statute to get folks help that need it.
You know what, Mr. Chair, Representative Sims, I would recommend that we recess very briefly. Actually, Mr. Clerk, are we in jeopardy if the clock strikes 11:15? Are we okay?
No, we have, by my count, officially started the meeting at 11:12, 11:13, which is before the 15-minute time restriction, and I believe you are okay to move to caucus or recess. I would advise we ask LCO just to be safe.
Do we have Katrina from LCO on? Oh, I'm sorry. Hi,
This
Brooke.
is
How
Brooke.
are you?
Hi, good. How are you? Yeah, we can take a recess.
Well, with that said, I will call the Transportation Committee meeting into recess until
How about 11:20?
11:20.
I'm sorry, I just got it. Mr. Vice Chair, did he say recessing until 11:20 out there?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hello, Representative Michelle. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Transportation Committee for our JF meeting for March 24th. I appreciate everyone's attendance here today and getting started somewhat on time. We want to make sure that we leave plenty of opportunity for folks to celebrate any birthdays they may have today. And with that, I'd like to recognize our incredible committee clerk, Phil Maniero, who is celebrating his birthday today. And we're going to try to make sure we get out of here in time for him to have a little bit of cake if he so chooses.
Representative Lamar, I did just want to flag as a technical note, we were technically in recess until 11:20. So perhaps I think we could check with LCO. Maybe we could call the meeting into order, but just as a small point of order, I want to make sure that we're by the books.
Oh, sorry, I am a little early, aren't I? I apologize. All right, so before we call the meeting into order, just going to make a note that it is our great committee clerk's birthday today. So any emails or birthday cards or anything you want to do to show him how much we appreciate him, you should send it directly to his email address and flood him with all the appropriate love.
Is that Phil, or is there another great committee clerk that we're missing?
No, it is Phil. I mean, I guess I was a little too superlative laden in my descriptor.
Phil, are you ready for a happy birthday rendition over Zoom?
Yes, I of course am ready. But boy, I would much rather love to get right into some of these votes, if it's all right with the committee.
We will. We'll just have to wait one more minute, Mr. Clerk.
Hi, this is LCO. It's okay to start early.
Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate that. Our Attorney Foley, I appreciate that. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to start today's JF meeting of the Transportation Committee, and welcome all of you back. We have 2 days scheduled for us to have the rest of our bills before the committee voted out. We have today and Friday on our calendars. We have 10 bills before us that have received public hearings, that have been discussed in screening, in caucuses, and in the general public for a couple of months now. And so we've put a lot of work into it in the traditional transportation way. We conduct all of our screenings in a bipartisan way. We take feedback in a number of areas. There might be some today that we disagree on, but we are going to continue that work post today and Friday, and ensure that the product we put on the floor of the House and the Senate reflects the thoughts and feelings of all of our committee members. And we appreciate the trust that you put in us. With that, I'd recognize Senator Haskell for any opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. My only opening comment is to thank Phil for spending this birthday with us, and hopefully we will not take up all of your day.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative Carney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to see everyone today. I'm sure we'll have a pretty vibrant discussion on at least one of the items on the agenda for today. But hopefully, as usually during the Transportation Committee, we always have a respectful discussion while we may disagree on certain policies. But I look forward to having those debates with everyone today.
Thank you. And Senator Summers.
Yes, well, happy birthday to Phil. I hope that you will get to enjoy that cake. With some of the items on this agenda today, we might be here for a little bit, but not before the end of the day. So I hope that you have some opportunity to have a little free time and enjoy your birthday. And I'm ready to get going. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Summers. And so we're all here. We've all wished Phil a happy birthday. Let's do it again at the end. Hopefully we're done by 5 o'clock or so Phil can have plenty of time to celebrate. With that, I'd call your attention to item number 3 on our agenda, bills for final action. First up is SB 127. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Haskell,
Second.
seconded by Representative Michelle. For purpose of discussion, I'll turn this over to Senator Haskell, who will serve as proponent of the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for everybody for your feedback. It's been an honor to speak with legislators on both sides of the aisle as this bill was being developed. I want to thank our screening committee, which discussed this issue at length, pros and cons. I understand that some of my colleagues will not be supporting the bill today. I hope that we have enough votes to get this bill out of committee and continue the conversation. I just want to say very briefly that, in my view, this bill is about Connecticut's future. We've set a really ambitious goal in this state to put 500,000 electric vehicles on the road by 2030. But sadly, we're nowhere close to meeting that goal. We've got just over 13,000 electric vehicles on the road. Many of us think that this state should be doing everything that it can to make it easier, to make it more convenient for our constituents to get behind the wheel of an electric vehicle. And instead, our state laws do just the opposite. We force people who want to buy a Tesla or a Rivian or a Lucid to go out of state in order to make that purchase. And I know that this committee has many environmental advocates on it. This is simply an issue that can't be delayed or postponed another year, not when 38% of our carbon emissions come from the transportation sector. I think that young people across the state are looking to Hartford this session and hoping that we step up, not just in our words, but in our actions, to stand up for clean air and clean water and the protection of our natural resources. That's why this bill is about the future. It's about reducing carbon emissions and getting more people behind the wheel of an electric vehicle. Some will say that dealerships have a better business model. That may be the case. This bill allows consumers to decide, as so many other states have already done across the country. I'm sure we'll be discussing it at greater length, but thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Senator Haskell, I am certain there'll be a number of questions, so please remain ready to address any concerns we might have. Are there any other questions or concerns? Going to recognize Representative Carney first, and I promise to get the cotton out of my mouth as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Haskell, for sort of outlining why you think the bill is necessary for this to pass this legislative session this year. I've been on the committee since 2015. I think most years we've heard some iteration of this bill. There's been some minor differences regarding the language, but just pointing to the bill, there's language relating to the fact that I guess a company that does not hold a controlling interest in or is not owned by another manufacturer licensed as a dealer would not be able to sell direct in the state of Connecticut. Can you expound upon what that really means through you, Mr. Chair?
Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Carney, for your work on this bill. Not just this year, it's been a pleasure working with you, but of course, I know you've been at it far longer than I have, and I'm grateful for that. Yes, out of protection, frankly, out of the interest in looking out for car dealerships in the state of Connecticut, which obviously are a major employer and a business that we care deeply about in our community, we want to make sure that legacy manufacturers don't decide to are not all necessarily eligible for direct sales. So the bill says that if a manufacturer wants to engage in the direct sale model, they have to meet two very stringent criteria. One, their fleet has to be entirely electric and zero emissions, and two, they have to they cannot have an existing they cannot have an existing franchise relationship or be owned by a company that has a existing franchise relationship in the state of Connecticut. In other words, Lucid is a relatively small company, if I'm speaking hypothetically here, but if a legacy manufacturer like Toyota decided to buy Lucid, they would not be eligible for the direct sale model. And this is something that is clearly important to dealerships across Connecticut. I understand that not every dealership is going to support the bill, but I think we can construct and have constructed in this legislation something that preserves their business model while also making sure Connecticut is a consumer-friendly state that provides drivers with the option to purchase in a manner of their choosing. I hope that answers the question, Representative, through you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator Haskell. I guess just as I guess sort of a hypothetical, if Lucid say were to be purchased, or there would be an interest in Lucid of say 25% by, let's say, Toyota, would Lucid still then be able to sell direct, or would they have to go to the franchise model because Toyota controls, albeit it's not a majority interest, but for this instance, less than 50% controlling interest?
Yeah, my understanding is that would not rise to the level of a controlling interest, but I would ask, I would call upon Heather Poole from OLR. Perhaps there's a statutory definition of controlling interest that the committee should be aware of.
Ms. Poole, is that information that you may have available to you at this point?
I would just say that the bill does not define controlling interest for the purposes of this law. There may be a definition elsewhere in statute, but it would not automatically apply to this bill.
Thanks so much, Ms. Poole. So I guess in responding to the good representative's question, I would say that since we don't have a statutory definition at our hands and we can only resort to common understanding, I would say that a 25% interest would not constitute a controlling interest, and therefore such company would be eligible for direct sales so long as their fleet is entirely electric.
Okay. All right. Just because I don't think it's an issue anymore, but I know that I believe it, I could be wrong. I believe it was Ford that did have some interest in Rivian. I don't believe they do anymore, but that's one of the reasons why is that question. Do you know, I guess, what would happen in terms of the economy if this bill were passed? What would positively happen? What could negatively happen if this bill passed? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for the question, Representative Carney. I think it's a good one because we often hear concern from dealerships, for example, in our district, that this bill could undermine employment or undermine sales. Luckily, we are not operating in a vacuum, and we've seen just the opposite in the many dozens, frankly, of other states that have allowed direct sales. So, for example, if you look at the states that rank in the top 20 in terms of job growth at dealerships since 2012, 17 of those 20 states allowed direct sales. Tesla has 57 locations between those 17 states that are allowing direct sales. If you look at the 25 states where Tesla does have a sales presence, the average dealer growth since 2012 is 21%. That actually exceeds the national average in terms of dealer employment growth at 18%. And the story is the same when it comes to sales. I'm happy to go state by state in terms of sales, states that are open and states that are closed. But to sum it up, the sky really hasn't fallen. And in fact, dealerships, many consumers decide to continue purchasing cars from dealerships. Increased competition in the marketplace leads to more sales and more employment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the three states I would be most interested in, if you have those numbers, would be New York, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island.
More than happy to take a look at that, Representative Carney. So if we take a look at, if you'll just give me one moment to pull up my notes. If we take a look at the state of New York, they've seen a increase actually in dealership employment by 22% since 2012, and an increase in dealership sales by 59% since 2012. And of course, between 2012 and 2019, which are the two numbers that I'm comparing, that's the time period when Tesla began to have a limited presence of direct sale. The other states you were asking about, I think, were our neighbors in Rhode Island. Is that correct? Rhode Island's actually a really interesting example. They saw among the highest increase between 2012 and 2019 in employment growth, 33% employment growth between 2012 and 2019, 52% increase in the amount of car sales. And actually, if you just look at the number of car dealerships, even though car dealerships are decreasing across the country, not on an employment basis, but on a number of dealerships basis, New York was one of the few exceptions. They saw a 6% increase in the number of dealerships, even after making this change. I'm sorry, that was Rhode Island that I was just talking about.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything in the bill that would trigger on vehicle only have to go to the franchise model? Through you, Mr. Chair.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. It could have been my internet or perhaps the representatives. Do you mind repeating the question?
I think it was mine. Can you hear me now? Okay. Is there anything in the bill that would trigger an auto manufacturer that exclusively manufactures electric vehicles that chooses to sell direct? Are there any numbers that would trigger them to have to go to a franchise agreement? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Carney, for the question. No, that isn't contemplated in the legislation before us. It essentially treats manufacturers that meet these criteria and that would like to pursue direct sale to apply for a used or new car dealer's license, meaning they would be subject to exactly the same regulatory structure when it comes to financial review and bonds and lemon laws and Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act notice. It treats these companies in exactly the same process. So there isn't a volume trigger, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, and what would be the effective date for this legislation? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question, Representative. If you'll allow me to bump in between screens, the effective date would be October 1, 2021.
Okay, and one of the issues that was brought up in my caucus was regarding consumer protections. So there is a concern that by selling direct, you're sort of eliminating that middle person who's going to go to bat for the consumer against the manufacturer. So are there any consumer protections built into this bill that would allow for a person who purchases a car directly from the manufacturer? Are there any consumer protections in the bill designed to protect the consumer in terms of that?
Sure. I'm really grateful that you asked this question because I've got a lot to say about it. First, I think that inherent in the direct sale model is a consumer protection, which is to say that all customers pay the same price for the same products, whether they buy it online or in a store. Pricing is uniform and transparent. And this bill is about consumer choice. Some people really like going to their neighborhood car dealership to negotiate a price on their motor vehicle. Some people don't like that experience. Some people sadly face discrimination in that experience. And that's not me saying it. It's the Department of Justice, the National Fair Housing Alliance, the National Consumer Law Center, all show that vehicle purchase prices and markups on financing rates and service contracts, for that matter, can be higher for African American and Hispanic buyers. Again, not in all cases, but I think that transparent and uniform pricing is in of itself a consumer protection. That being said, you specifically mentioned lemon laws and things of that nature. Because this bill would essentially allow direct sale companies to apply for a new or used car dealership license, they would be subject to all of the exact same financial consumer protections. And I want to run through what those are. There's a new car lemon law. Consumers have the right to a refund or replacement vehicle if, after a reasonable number of repair attempts, a manufacturer can't make that vehicle conform to its warranty. There's a used car lemon law. There's the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act notice, and that's that new car dealers have to provide purchasers with a written statement about why it is illegal under federal law for manufacturers or dealers to void or deny coverage under a warranty simply because the aftermarket part was installed on a vehicle or someone other than the dealer performed service on their vehicle. There's information on invoices that's an important consumer protection. Dealers have to provide certain information regarding the vehicle and the terms of the sale on the invoice. For example, whether a deposit is refundable and whether the vehicle is guaranteed. There's conveyance fee disclosure. Dealers have to disclose the fee that they charge for processing documents, a conveyance fee, in other words, separately from the vehicle's selling price. Dealers are subject to the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices regulations that establish numerous standards for the advertising and selling practices. There's regular inspections. There's a consumer complaint process through DMV. All of that would still apply to direct sale manufacturers who are operating in the state of Connecticut because they would be operating under a new or used car dealership license. And the enforcement, the fact that DMV can enforce civil penalties and revoke a dealer's license for any number of reasons, for any violations of state or federal law, or for a violation of CUPTA, for example, the courts can order restitution, restraining orders, they can impose penalties. All of that would remain exactly the same. So this bill is about advancing consumer choice without in any way undermining the protections for consumers that are out there.
Okay. Probably should have asked this at the beginning, but currently, how does one go about purchasing a Tesla if they live in the state of Connecticut?
It depends slightly. Oh, through you, Mr. Chair, I apologize. It depends slightly on where you live. In my neck of the woods, most people go to Mount Kisco, New York, in order to make that purchase. See, in other words, you've got to leave the state of Connecticut.
So where do you actually make that? Where do you make the purchase? Do you make it at the store, or can you make it from the comfort of your own home on a computer?
I guess it depends on what you mean by make the purchase. I think that the money may be transacted online, but you pick up the car in Mount Kisco, New York.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, I don't think I have any further questions. You know, I know there's going to be a difference of opinion on my side of the aisle whether or not to advance this bill forward. You know, I've thought a lot about it. I've done as much research as I think I can. There's probably a lot, though, I could still learn about electric vehicles. I think it's a topic that most of us don't know a whole heck of a lot, I'd be willing to bet. But, you know, as someone that likes learning about new technologies, I certainly want to find out as much as I can before this bill, or if this bill actually moves forward on the floor of the House, or floor of the Senate, and then the floor of the House. You know, some of the concerns that have been brought up that I think are valid is, you know, I think dealers do a good job. And I think most of us have dealers in our district. Most of us have car dealers who live in our district. And I think there has been some accusations about whether or not they you know, understand electric vehicles or are able to sell them, or whether they want to sell them. I don't think that is necessarily up to the dealer. I think a lot of it might be more the manufacturer and whether or not they are producing enough electric vehicles to be sold as franchise dealers. But I think they do a good job, and they do employ a lot of people in my district and districts across the state. So I think it's worth just noting that you know, and they are our friends. I don't think this really should be an us versus them type of legislation. I think sometimes it does devolve into that, and that is a little troubling to me. At the same time, you know, the country has been slower in terms of electric vehicle manufacturing than other countries. I guess it was sort of happenstance, but it was either premiered last night or the night before. I happened to be looking at YouTube, and a video came on from CNBC comparing the United States to China in terms of electric vehicle manufacturing. Now, China is probably the United States' greatest competition in terms of the economic marketplace in the world. You know, we compete for them for a lot of different products. We have a lot of different products made in China. But one of the things that China has advanced, at least at this point in time, technology on more so than the United States, is electric vehicles. Now, the quality for many of these cars is not up to par with what a Tesla or a Lucid is. They're able to manufacture them for much cheaper. There's large government incentives and actually penalties in China, penalties in terms of if you purchase an internal combustion engine vehicle versus an electric vehicle. Regardless of all of that, we are behind them, and we are behind Europe in terms of electric vehicle manufacturing. I think there is an appetite going forward to change that. General Motors, I think, said by 2035 they want to have their full fleet electric. Amazon, for example, which many of us rely on and produce and puts a lot of vans on the road, wants to partner. At least I think they wanted to partner with Rivian. I'm not sure if that's still something that's being discussed, but they wanted to partner to have many of their vans electric. So this is certainly a time that I think we need to sit back and figure out how we're going to move forward, not only as a state, but really this is more of a national discussion. I don't necessarily view this bill. I know some people view this bill really as an environmental bill. I don't view it as that. I don't know how much impact, you know, selling a $75,000 Rivian is going to make on the environment. It's good, and I applaud anybody that would like to purchase a Rivian truck. I think really the environmental impact, though, is if there's more competition, and you get the cost of manufacturing the vehicle, the battery, the whole package down to a point where the average person can actually purchase one of these vehicles is really where you're going to make that environmental impact. I do see this as, again, I see it almost as an economic piece of legislation. I want to continue working on this bill to try to make it more palatable for dealers and to try to alleviate concerns. I personally would limit this. I'm not thrilled with how open-ended the legislation is. There's companies like Lordstown that, I'm not really sure that they should be a part of this bill, but we can continue having these discussions as we go on in the future. With that said, I may change my mind on this bill. Again, I have heard both sides. I respect both sides, and I want to come to a point where both sides can have some agreement if that point exists. But when it boils down to me is we have 3 states surrounding us that have these cars for sale. This is not to say that Tesla cannot sell in Connecticut. They can if they go through the dealer model, which I wish they would. I understand they won't. And I think there could be some potential for economic, even slightly economic growth if that's the case here in Connecticut. I would like to look at that more. So for purposes of today, I know there's disagreement, but for purposes today, I'm going to be voting yes on the legislation and we'll continue these discussions. However, I reserve my right to change my vote on the floor of the House and may do so if this bill is not improved. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Representative Carney. I think you hit a lot of the issues that a number of committee members are concerned about, but folks in the general public, and you have my commitment moving forward. I'm sure Senator Haskell's as well, to continue to have this dialogue in an open way with you, with Senator Summers, with everyone who's concerned about the final product that we put on the floor of the Senate or the House. And I thank you for raising a number of those concerns. Senator Summers, followed by Representative Steinberg.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And I've struggled with this bill myself. I am unhappy with the way the process has played out here, but you're all very well aware of that on how this committee has brought this bill up in this session. But I have a different viewpoint that I would like to share, which is we are just now coming out of a pandemic. We in the state of Connecticut are focused on supporting small businesses, get our economy up and running. And, through this entire pandemic, we have all heard, buy local, go to your local store, keep our businesses that have been part of our community safe, keep them employed. And I would just like to point out that during the pandemic, we've had our local car dealers register cars when the DMV was plagued with COVID and had to shut down for 3 weeks. They have been delivering cars. They are also members of our communities. I know in my district, I have very large car dealers. They are the sponsors of the Irish Parade. They sponsor baseball teams. In this last few weeks, one of them in particular, Antonino, donated $30,000 for the Coast Guard Academy during the pandemic. They were given an award by Senator Blumenthal for their help and support of the military. And you're not going to get that with Tesla for a company that is out in California. You're not going to get that kind of community commitment that we have with our car dealers here across the state of Connecticut. I'd also like to point out that there is a huge disparity in the pay scale for what Tesla pays its people versus what you can earn as an employee of a local car dealer. Tesla is a non-union shop that pays its people $19 an hour. That same position at our car dealers is about a $6,000 a month job, most of them held by women in many cases or minorities. So we will now be giving if this bill passes, a company in California support, but not our own dealers here in the state of Connecticut. The turnover at Tesla is, you can go online. It's extremely high because they work their people incredible hours at low wages. And yet we are going to think about having a company like Tesla come in to Connecticut. And because they've decided that their business model is different than what Connecticut law has established, we're going to change the rules for them. And we talk about electric vehicles, but our current dealers right now have 45 models of electric vehicles. And the Mustang electric vehicle is outpacing sales of Tesla. Tesla will only put charging stations that fit Tesla cars, from what I understand. Our dealers are making the investment of electric charging stations that charge all types of electric vehicles, including Teslas, with an adapter on their dime. And I don't see Tesla or these other very expensive car dealers that want to sell direct willing to make that investment for other electric vehicles here in the state of Connecticut. I think that the environmental impact of moving to electric vehicles is a noble one, and we should be doing it. But I think that we have options right now through our current dealer system. Again, 45 models. And you've heard during the testimony that people like Volvo and VW will be all electric within the next few years. I also think that it is really important to recognize that coming off of a pandemic, we want to make sure that we can continue to keep our people employed. And it has really been clear from our automakers and our auto dealers that for them, they have followed these rules here in the state of Connecticut through the franchise model. And they're very concerned about the impact that this will have to their ability to retain the workforce that they have, to be able to not have to lay people off or not have to, potentially look at not being able to expand. I believe that, we heard about the consumer protections for Tesla and everything is disclosed and you have to go pick it up. You can buy a Tesla now in the state of Connecticut. You might just have to go to Mount Kisco and pick it up. Or you know what? Tesla actually delivers the cars. There also is a $1,200 fee for consumers purchasing the car that Tesla charges. And I would like to see where that is disclosed because I didn't see that as something that was actually clear and concise and disclosed like we heard previously. I do struggle with the fact that, we are not allowing a manufacturer to sell direct into Connecticut. That's where I would normally tend to go. But we have a system in place here that we've had for years and years, just like we have the distributor rules that we have for alcohol that we have abided by for years and years here in the state of Connecticut. And remember, these auto dealers do other things that I don't know how Tesla's going to do this. Is Tesla going to go and collect back taxes like we have our car dealers do for back taxes that are owed on motor vehicles before they register a car? Are they going to actually register the cars? Are they going to be a community partner? Or is Connecticut going to allow certain companies to break those standards that we've had for years and years for a direct sale to make it easier for very high-end cars to be sold here in the state of Connecticut, where we are risking an established business model that contributes 17% of the sales tax revenue that we get here in the state of Connecticut. I think that the bill needs improvement. I would like to work on it going forward. But at this point in time, I don't think I can support this coming out because I first of all, I'm unhappy that we had collectively, or it was at least many of our understanding that this bill was not going to be raised in this session. We had a change of the chairmanship in the middle of screening and things changed. And there are other people that can attest to this. So I know this bill has been around for many, many years. I remember when Art Linares first put it in when he was the senator years ago. But I do think that we are changing the rules for certain very high-end cars, and we are risking thousands and thousands of jobs that we have here in the state of Connecticut, according to our auto dealers. And I do believe that if we were to hear this bill, which we ended up doing, it should have been clear so that we could have had a full review of the franchise laws that we have here in the state of Connecticut for our auto dealers. We talked about maybe adding some franchise language, but I think they really deserve to have a hearing on the franchise laws if we were going to raise this Tesla bill. And that did not happen because of the late change in the direction that this committee decided to take. So for some of those reasons and more, I'm going to be a no on this bill. I hope at some point I could change my mind. But I think that it is critical right now, especially in the fact that we're just coming off of pandemic, that we support the businesses here in the state of Connecticut. And I know all of you have gotten those hundreds and hundreds of emails that I've gotten from people that are working in the industries that we have right now in the car dealerships, asking us to please not support this bill. And therefore, I'm going to listen to the people that I have heard from my district and across Connecticut that have requested us to not pass this bill and to take a better look at how we could improve it going forward and make it more fair for everyone who is involved in the car business here in the state of Connecticut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Summers, and I certainly do appreciate the amount of time and thoughtfulness and research you put into this issue, and your consistency for the last few months on this has been well documented, and it is my hope that as we move forward, I can try to alleviate some of the concerns that you may have. I know Senator Haskell feels similarly, and we will continue to invite folks into screening and help us make this bill even better. I would just also highlight that SB 127 did receive a full public hearing, and the bill that we drafted and have before us is actually even more limited than that original public hearing language that we had. So I do feel like we've been able to restrict the original language to a more palatable offering that I think in many cases resembles what we saw in 2018. And that time we were in open conversations with dealers and franchisors and manufacturers, as well as Tesla at the time. There's more companies now who are interested, and it'll be the practice of our committee to continue that work in a collegial manner. And we may ultimately, as you say, have disagreements on the final passage of this bill, but it is my hope that you recognize that you'll have our commitment to continue these conversations in an open and transparent way. Thank you, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just add, and I appreciate that, the language that we have, or that came out of committee, that is now the bill that has been raised. I've heard, I wasn't on this committee in 2018, but I've heard that, this is the language that we had sort of agreed to with the auto dealers. And the feedback I have gotten from the auto dealers and the president of the auto dealers is that they have not agreed to this language, or they never agreed to it in 2018. It was discussed, but it was never agreed to. And I just want to clarify, I was not insinuating that 127 did not have a hearing. It absolutely had a full hearing. I was talking about a full hearing for the franchise laws. That did not happen. I think that would have happened if we had agreed earlier that we were going to raise 127, which we had sort of put to the side. Then we would have had an opportunity to also, on the other end, have a full hearing on the franchise laws, which we were not able to do. So I'm glad you made that clarification. I was not implying that we did not. We did have a big hearing on Tesla. So I just wanted to make sure you knew specifically what I was talking about. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Steinberg, followed by Representative Meskers. Senator Haskell, I'm seeing your hand raised. Did you want to, Chairman Haskell, did you want to address anything?
I was just going to respond very briefly to a few points raised by the ranking member, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair. Or,
That is okay, yes.
okay, wonderful. First of all, I've got a lot of respect for the good senator and certainly appreciate her comments on this issue. I know it's something that she's worked diligently on for many months and likely before I got to the legislature. I do want to push back on the notion that dealers are the only folks who could provide employment in the state of Connecticut. Each Tesla facility is $1 million investment for the company. And I'm proud as a Connecticut resident that companies like Tesla and Rivian and Lucid view our state as a real expansion opportunity. We're a state with, at least in some areas, means to buy these cars and a commitment to environmental justice. So if Tesla were to invest $1 million in a handful or more of facilities across the state of Connecticut, each of those facilities could generate 25 to 50 employees. It's true, of course, dealers sell electric vehicles, but the reason that I think, fully electric vehicle model it may be incompatible with the dealership business model is that on average, franchise dealers lose $570 in retail net profit on every new car that they sell. How do they stay in business? They make up for it through marking up service and part sales. That accounts for 49.6 of their gross profit. And then they mark up aftermarket income, financing and insurance sales. That's 27% of gross profit. Teslas and Rivians and Lucids, other electric vehicles, they don't have nearly as many parts as an internal combustion engine. So they simply don't require the same level of servicing. And that's why companies, I think, have understandably made the decision that the dealership model is incompatible with the electric vehicle model where servicing is less of a factor. Finally, on charging stations, this has been known for years and years and years as the Tesla bill. I want to push back against that slightly and respectfully to say that it's not just Tesla, it's Lucid, it's Rivian, it's other electric car manufacturers that are coming onto the market that we see in other states making an investment in green infrastructure, in charging stations. That's why we see IBEW supporting this legislation. That's why I have to wonder that elsewhere in the legislature, as we contemplate investing hundreds of millions of dollars in green infrastructure, particularly charging in stations, what good are those charging stations if we don't have cars to plug them into? I'll note that Rivian actually recently made a historic investment in the state of Colorado, committing to installing charging stations, which, by the way, would be compatible for all vehicles at every one of their 42 state parks. And they did so because the Colorado legislature approved a bill that is very similar, if not identical, to the one that we're considering today. It's true. Teslas and Rivians and Lucids, they're high-end vehicles. But my hope is that this bill introduces greater competition into the market, bring some of those used electric vehicles now onto the market. I can't afford a Tesla, but I'd certainly like to be able to drive an electric vehicle at some point. I thank the chairman for the time, and I thank the ranking member for her comments.
Thank you. Representative Steinberg, followed by Representative Metzgers, followed by Senator Cassano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it probably come as no surprise to anybody on this committee that I'm a strong proponent of this bill, and I want to thank the chairs for continuing to take it up. Pandemic or no pandemic, by the time this takes effect, I don't think that's going to be really much of an issue. I admit I like the dealership model. I bought a car just 4 months ago from my local dealer. I admit it's a hybrid, still have a little range anxiety, but I can't afford a Tesla either, and I'm trying to work my way up to it. I think that most people are going to prefer the dealership model, but that's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about consumer choice. This is enabling legislation that means that those who would prefer to purchase their electric vehicle directly have that choice. If that is a better model, they will prosper. If it turns out they can't provide customer service, if they don't service their cars well, if there are problems with their cars, they will lose out in the marketplace. So from a clear competition standpoint, this is letting the market work. This is not about unleveling the playing field. And I also want to add that even if this legislation goes into effect this fall, this does not portend the immediate precipitous end of the ice age. There are going to be more internal combustion engine vehicles on the road going for the next couple of decades. There'll be people who are preferring them. I don't see some sort of huge job loss the moment this is passed. We have to assume that these new companies are going to have to establish their infrastructure in the state. The point has been made about having an effective car charging network. so people can get from here to there without any anxiety about their ability to keep going. So many of the things that I've heard coming from the dealers at best are overblown. And I don't think really necessarily reflect what's going to happen should we pass this bill. I do believe that the retailers will probably evolve their business model, as they're going to have to do inevitably with the shift to electric vehicles. It will mean they probably will need to repurpose some of their real estate. They'll need to shift training for some of their mechanics to service electric batteries, but there will be new green jobs and there'll be new green job companies come in, which is the future. These are the kind of jobs we want in Connecticut. And we're not trying to push out anybody, but the marketplace is going to make this happen with or without us. And I don't want to see Connecticut falling further and further behind in any area of commerce. And that's what one of my big concerns is. This bill, this time has come. It is now not the Tesla bill. It is a bill that will enable any number of companies, some of which will be American, some of which will come from overseas, but the marketplace will determine who succeeds and who doesn't. The dealership model is not going away anytime soon, but we should enable the direct sales model. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg, and thank you for your work on this bill and others like it over the last number of years. Representative Meskers, followed by Senator Cassano and Representative O'Day.
Yeah, I want to thank the chair or the chairs on this bill. I know it hasn't been easy. You know, I can't tell you that I'm the biggest fan of the direct sales marketing effort versus our distribution network. And I appreciate the work that's been done on the bill. I expect to vote to support it coming out of committee. I'll look forward to seeing the final version. I would hope that we would look at whether we will bring it back for review in a certain time frame to measure the economic costs and benefits, to make sure we're happy with the decision and that we're comfortable with the change in the model. But overall, I think that you know, I don't envision using a direct sales model personally. I've been very happy with the dealers and the treatment I've received in the market. But I do recognize that I've had a multitude of constituents who've asked about the ability to deal directly inside the state. While those are not the same salaries, those sales jobs, you know, we're collecting sales tax, but those points of sale are happening out of the state, which means the salaries on those jobs are being created out of my state. So at the very least, at the margin, I'd like to see those salaries brought on shore and the income tax on those salaries paid into our state treasury versus the state treasury of New York and New Jersey. So at the present time, I'm planning on supporting the bill. I thank you for all of your effort on this.
Thank you, Senator Meskers, Representative Meskers. Senator Cassano,
thank you for the promotion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good to see you, Senator.
Thank you. I don't want to say a lot. I've been pretty consistent on where I've been on this bill. We have a tremendous amount. Manchester has multiple auto dealers, each Hartford next door. It's a major source of income. It's a major source of job production. I know one of the arguments has been that Tesla can help with environmental cleanup and how important that is. And I know it's important. But the fact is, if the United States is going to have to worry about expensive cars like Tesla to clean up the environment, we're going to be in deep trouble. We need everybody to be a part of that process, including, you know, electric cars from smaller companies and so on. That's not, it's not, to me, the legitimate argument. For me, the legitimate argument is we have had in place for a long period of time auto dealerships. Probably in the very beginning was Chrysler or Ford or Chevrolet or whatever it might be. Now it's Toyota and Mazda and all those. All of those came aboard. They all joined the association. They all have their dealerships, and we have access to multiple types of cars and dealerships, services, and all the things that we need for our cars. Why can't Tesla do the same thing? I've heard people say, well, get rid of the dealerships. We're going to get rid of the dealerships for a dealer that doesn't want to be here? That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. The services, the jobs, the impact on the economy. The dealerships are a vital part of Connecticut's whole future, its economic future particularly. And to me, that's the driver. If you want to have Tesla, I don't know why Tesla just doesn't open a dealership. They could have done this 3 years ago if they wanted to. They could sell them however they want to have them as long as they have a dealership. So it's just not a good idea at this time, particularly in this economy. Last thing we need to do is start to see dealers impacted and with losing jobs and so on. So I simply can't support it at this time. I don't have a reason to support it. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. It's worked a long, long time here. Sure, there's things that need to be done. The other reality is when we get things like this, usually we sit around the table and we hash it out and we make it work. There's been none of that. That's important as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Casano. And on behalf of the entire committee, it's great to see you today. And we send our entire committee's love and appreciation for you and your work on a lot of issues of the day. But just as a family member, we send a lot of love your way. And
appreciate that very much. And so many of you have been in touch, and it's made things easier. Obviously, it's something you never can deal with, but the reality is it's just been tremendous. There is a family here in the House and Senate, and proud to be a part of it. Thanks.
Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Berger-Gravalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I had inherited the ranking member position from David Scribner when he left the legislature last minute, and one of the buddy passes I got from him was the Tesla and tolls. So the Tesla bill, Representative Guerrero, when he was chair, and we ended up getting it out of committee with a commitment from Tesla for economic development and jobs to the tune of, I think it was $250 or $300 million. To the good chair, have we gotten a commitment from Tesla on what kind of economic development and jobs will be created as a result if we pass this, similar to what they were promising us previously?
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Representative O'Day, for the question. So I want to be clear that there is no such requirement contained in statute. Some folks want to see a minimum number of brick and mortar locations. Some people want to see a maximum number of brick and mortar locations. We felt that it was best left to frankly, free market forces. That being said, I can tell you from my conversations with Tesla that they're interested in opening more than a handful of stores. I feel comfortable saying publicly more than 5 stores. Now, each one of those stores is $1 million investment. As I mentioned, that would be over $5 million in Connecticut's economy. Each one of those stores has between 25 to 50 jobs. So I do think that this is a sizable investment for the state of Connecticut. And I'm very open to further conversations with Tesla about exactly where those where those stores fronts would be, and anything else that the good representative has in mind. I would only add, Mr. Chair, that Tesla has a long history of investing in communities of color and underserved communities in job training, specifically for these 21st century jobs, these green collar jobs, for lack of a better word. And I have no reason to believe that that practice would differ in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much for that. In section, what is it, E2, section 1E2, it basically lists, gives the commissioner power to issue new or used car licenses to a manufacturer providing such manufacturer, and it goes through the limits of who can do it. I do remember conversations in order to protect consumers. I know they're already protected by limit laws, and Tesla is frankly not my concern. My concern is the companies that may turn into the DeLoreans of the group, who, test out electric vehicles and try and get in the market. And we're going to sell our first electric car direct in Connecticut, and they sell 50 or 100 of these lemons and then they go out of business and our consumers are left holding the bag. So I would like to see some minimal number of vehicles sold either elsewhere or some protection that the Connecticut consumers are not going to be the guinea pigs for a fly-by-night operation. Again, I'm not concerned about a Tesla. I am concerned about some others. So I would like to see that section E2 somehow crafted such that the first cars sold by any manufacturer aren't necessarily in Connecticut. I also, I do have some concerns about the dealerships being treated. I'm not saying it was intentional, but certainly representations were made to them, chairmanship changed, understand all of that. I would like to see some efforts made to improve the franchise law. Connecticut is one of 5 states that have this model, and I think it can be improved. And this is an example of one way it can be improved, but we need to protect our dealerships. So I'm going to vote yes for this out of committee. I was running around the floor of the House like a deer on ice when this first came through, trying to get it out of the House, and we got it out of the House. And it unfortunately died in the Senate. So I am obviously a proponent of this. We need to protect our dealerships and fix the franchise law on that. And I do feel badly that they were unprepared or they were told something that was different than what ended up being a reality. So we've got manufacturers and our franchises that are opposed to this legislation for slightly different reasons, I think. But in any event, I would like to see us work for something for the dealerships in this legislation to help them to make sure they're not adversely affected and to make their relationships with the manufacturers better and more secure. So with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. And I appreciate the comments. I'll listen, but my inclination is to vote for this legislation, get it out of committee, and hopefully we can help our dealerships going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. And you and I have known each other for a while. And you have my commitment that I will work with you and certainly our ranking members on trying to address any concerns that we possibly can. Senator Haskell has made a similar commitment. You have my continued commitment to getting this in a place where you feel comfortable running around like a deer on ice again to help us get it out of the House. Senator Haskell, you had to.
I was going to say the very same thing, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the good representative for his comments and for his anticipated vote today. I also want to say that I'm committed to not just continuing conversations with the members of this committee, but also continuing conversations with car dealerships. I've had, more than a handful of meetings now with dealerships in my district. I'll be going to visit one in person later this week to discuss this bill and how we might be able to come together. I think that that's an important conversation to have. Up to this point, I've been a little bit frustrated. I haven't heard concrete language that they would like to see in the bill, but hopefully, even if they don't support the underlying legislation, we can agree to include something going forward that might address some of their concerns. I also wanted to address the financial viability question, which I think is a really good one that the representative brings up. I thought that it might be a good idea to add some sort of consumer protection or reassurance that the companies wouldn't then go out of business. The good news is actually a lot of that is already contained in our statute. So again, in order to operate a dealer's or motor vehicle sales license in the state of Connecticut, we require 2 things. One is in our general statutes 14-52B. Applicants for a dealer's license have to furnish bonds as an indemnity for loss sustained by any customer because either actions by the dealership result in license suspension or revocation, or the dealership or in this case, the direct sales store, goes out of business. There's also a financial review requirement contained in 14-52C. The Department of Motor Vehicles has to review applications for all dealerships to determine whether or not those business owners have sufficient financial resources to conduct business in a way that's consistent with reasonable security and protection of the customer. So I'm more than happy to continue the conversation about how we can incorporate that into this legislation. But because we would be asking companies like Tesla or Rivian or Lucid to get a dealer's license in order to operate in Connecticut, they would be subject to those very same financial viability requirements that we already have.
If I may just respond, Mr. Chair, on that. And I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. The problem is the bonds, in my humble opinion, aren't necessarily enough. And the financial review clearly didn't work with Hugo's and with DeLorean's. I'm dating myself, but those two companies went out of business, and so while I appreciate that the bonds and the financial review process, it's obviously not foolproof, and what the dealerships offer is more security than what those bonds and financial review offer, in my humble opinion. That being said, I hear what you're saying, and I'm just talking about maybe enhancing those a little bit for our residents. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say very briefly, that makes perfect sense, Representative O'Day. Let's talk about how we can strengthen that language.
Representative Berger Gravalo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. One of the things that concerned me initially, as much as an environmentalist as I am, was what this would do to the local dealers, to local jobs. And when talking to the dealers, the conversation usually turns to why fix what's not broken, and what's the urgency. And the urgency is that the environmental benefits of this are so significant. And being completely honest, this is the future of automobiles. This is the way we're going. So waiting is no longer an option, not as an environmentalist and not as a state who's falling behind in this technology. But addressing the concern about fixing what's not broken, this is merely offering an option. Direct sales, EV manufacturers, they still have to apply for dealer's license, and they still have to act just like a dealer, just not a franchised one, not under a franchise law. EV dealers would take care of the taxes with the DMV still. They'll handle registration still, all of those benefits that we talk about with the dealerships. Tesla has had the same costs and obligations, the Lemon Law and other consumer protections. They've got to follow that as well. Just as any other franchise car dealer. There are two ways to sell. One model is the franchise, one model is the direct sales model. This requires Tesla to take that risk. It's not asking franchisees to take the risk. And at the end of the day, this is just two different options. That's really what it comes down to. And I can't emphasize enough, while we keep coming back, I understand the hesitations, I understand the fears behind getting behind something like this. While we do have work to do to get us to kind of all come together on this, sure, waiting and chasing electric vehicles down the road doesn't seem like a very wise option for our state. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative. Seeing no other questions, Senator Haskell, for purpose of closing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will keep it very brief. I want to thank all of my colleagues for their insightful comments, those who are voting for and against the legislation. I greatly appreciate their input and their feedback, and I look forward to continuing to work together in the weeks and months ahead. I guess my closing pitch is that—
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think Senator Martin.
I am sorry. I am trying to navigate between two meetings here, and I am using my cell phone, and I cannot find the right buttons to raise my hands. So
Senator
I'm
Martin,
working.
Senator Haskell, if you do not mind, I'd like to recognize Senator Martin for purposes of discussion or questions. Senator Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you all see me?
We can see a facsimile version of you, but not you yourself.
I am sorry because my phone is not cooperating with me right now. So am I okay to proceed the way we are?
Yes, Mr. Senator Martin, you are okay to proceed as you are. The picture that you have up looks exactly like you. I know that voice anywhere, and I'm certain that it is you. Senator Martin,
Thank-
feel free to proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate everything that's been said here today. Having been the ranking member of this committee in the past and seeing this in front of this committee since I've been in the legislature, I believe at first I was very open to this. And if I'm not mistaken, I may have even voted out of committee my very first year. But through the years, I've learned, a bit. And, I've sort of changed my point of view as to whether or not this is a good bill for the consumer here in Connecticut. And I keep going back to that. And, what I've learned anyway is that, these consumer laws that we have currently, these consumer protection laws, my understanding is that the dealership franchise is a consumer protection law in that regards when manufacturers at one time selling directly to the consumers, that they were abusing that and they were not looking out for the best interests of our consumers. So therefore, out of that emerged the franchise system. So that's my biggest concern regarding what we're doing here today, is that we're opening this door for this abuse. And maybe I'm exaggerating by using that word, and I don't mean to do that, but we're opening this door of not protecting our consumers. They are right now, if there is something that is wrong with their car, it is to the best interest of the dealer to take care of that car. And more importantly, particularly when it deals specifically with an issue that comes right out of the manufacturer. As an example, the Compass Jeep, I know from experience, because my wife bought a Jeep Compass and we had an oil problem that it leaked oil regularly. And I had to go back to the car dealer, and he's the one that went to bat for us with the car manufacturer. In addition to that, my office manager also bought a Compass Jeep. And again, it was the car dealer who went to bat for us. I don't see who's going to be going to bat for us with Tesla or any other manufacturer in this. I'm very concerned about that. And again, going back to when I first arrived to where I am today, totally different. I also see Senator Cassano's point of view as well, is that these car dealers breathe and live here in our communities. They participate in our communities. You want something from a little league or for a set of shirts or something, who do you go to? You go to these car dealerships. When you want them to sponsor maybe a nonprofit, or maybe someone's been hurt, or someone's dealing with a medical hardship, who do you go to? You go to a car dealership most of the time, or they're included in the ask list. I don't see that happening with Tesla. I don't see that happening with a big, large manufacturer. I'm concerned about that too. And obviously the jobs that Senator Cassano made reference to. And lastly, I'm a little disappointed in this committee. I'm disappointed because my understanding that there was a promise, and that promise was broken, that we were going to give this a hearing, but it was not going to go any further than this. I'm a little disappointed that that wasn't honored. What are we doing? Does that mean that our word is no longer our bond? And what happens going forward? Are we not going to be able to trust what another colleague says to one to another? And we are going to have to question is that going to hold Is he going to hold to that agreement, or she going to hold to that agreement? So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this bill, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment, Senator Martin. Senator Haskell for purpose of closing.
Thanks so much, Representative Lamar. Chairman Lamar, thank you, Senator Martin, for your comments. Perhaps the elephant in the room is that I came into this committee halfway through the session as chair, and this is a bill that is important to me, important to my constituents, and I think important to a lot of people across the state of Connecticut. This bill received a public hearing, as was mentioned earlier. It underwent the very normal, typical legislative process. Every day, bills are prioritized and deprioritized by committee leadership, and I decided in my new role as chair to make this bill a priority. Look, I guess my closing pitch is, we've heard it referenced time and time again over the course of this meeting that this issue's come up before. This issue's come up a lot over the last decades. My ask today is, aren't legislators, aren't the members of this committee eager to put this issue to bed for once and for all? If we decide not to act on this bill this year, we're just going to have the very same fight next year and the year after. And I've yet to be convinced that Connecticut is any better off as a state when we're forcing many prospective electric vehicle drivers to go into another state to purchase their car, to pick up their Tesla or their Rivian or their Lucid. I've yet to be convinced that we're better off with Tesla expanding operations in all of our neighboring states and hiring these green collar workers, but not in the state of Connecticut. I've yet to be convinced that we should spend tens of millions of dollars on investing in EV infrastructure if we're not going to have the cars to plug them into. I think that this is a historic moment with carbon emissions now lower than they've ever been before in Connecticut's history. Because of the pandemic, fewer people are on the roads. We're seeing more and more investments in public transit. Let's not go back to the old system. Let's create a new normal, which means more electric vehicles on the road. And in order to do that, we've got to make this more convenient. I'll just close with the story that we had a electric car club of Connecticut hosted event in my district earlier this week. And a woman, it was at the train station, and a constituent of mine who was getting off the train didn't know about the event, but came up to me and said, I'm eager to buy a Tesla. Wait, when can I do it? When is this bill going to pass? And how do I do it? And I said, well, the legislative process takes some time. You'll probably have to pick it up in Mount Kisco, New York. That was the deal breaker. She said, oh, never mind. I don't think that I'm interested then in getting an electric vehicle at this time. And that's a real loss for the state of Connecticut in my mind. Our current system, it does make it harder for people to purchase an electric vehicle at a time when we should be doing everything we can to get more people behind the wheel of these 21st century green vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And thank you all for your thoughtful comments. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of you.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Seeing no need for further discussion, Mr. Clerk, could we please call the roll on SB 127? And Senator Martin, I just would like to remind everyone that you need to make yourself available. There we go. Senator Martin, I can see you. So for purposes of voting, you do need to be on camera. And Senator Martin, we certainly see you now. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on SB 127, which has been, motion has been made and seconded.
Certainly. SB 127, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. The action is JF. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Cassano. Senator Cassano. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Senator Cassano votes-
Senator
no.
Thank you. Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes no.
Senator Doherty Abrams.
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes no.
Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman. Senator Austin. Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
thank you.
Senator Campbell,
Senator Kissel, Senator Kissel, Senator Martin,
Senator Martin votes no.
Representative Berger Javala,
Representative Berger Javala votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes no.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes no.
Representative Goupil,
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Representative McCarthy Vahey,
Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
thank you. Representative Meskers,
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Representative Michelle,
Representative Michelle votes yes.
thank you. Representative Morin Bello,
Representative Morin Bello votes yes.
thank you. Representative Reyes, Representative Reyes, Representative Rosario,
Representative Rosario votes yes.
thank you. Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
thank you. Representative Thomas,
Rep. Thomas votes yes.
thank you. Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
thank you. Representative Devlin,
Representative Devlin votes yes.
thank you. Representative Haynes,
Representative Haynes votes yes.
thank you. Representative Harrison,
Representative Harrison votes yes.
thank you. Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
thank you. Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
thank you. Representative Rabimbus, Representative Rabimbus, Representative Zawistowski,
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
thank you. And Representative Zupkis, Representative Zupkis. With that, Mr. Chair, the roll has been called.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 2 under bills for final action. We have SB 920, JFS language. Do I hear a motion? I'm sorry, the JFS language is LCO number 5759. Bill before us, item number 2, SB 920, LCO 5759. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Motion made by Representative Sims,
Seconded by Senator Haskell.
seconded by Senator Haskell. Purpose of discussion, we'll turn to Senator Haskell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am tremendously excited to bring before 920, which has been substantially amended, and I look forward to answering questions and comments from committee members. The bill is at this point quite modest in what it seeks to accomplish. It restarts the public-private partnership authorization, which previously had a sunset on January 1, 2020. It extends that so that the state can still explore public-private partnerships that are mutually beneficial. It does not change the underlying conditions under which a public-private partnership would need to be authorized. All it does is eliminate a revenue-generating requirement. Previously, as folks may have been aware, public-private partnerships were required to generate revenue, limiting the state's share of the project to 25% of project costs. That simply isn't viable in the state of Connecticut due to our lack of revenue generation, i.e. tolls. So this opens up additional opportunities for our Department of Transportation to be innovative and creative in how they finance projects. All other limitations, including the 5-project cap, the 50-year agreement in terms of term limits, all of that would remain unchanged. Now, the part of the bill that excites me the most and that I'd like to say just a few words about is that this legislation would establish the Office of Innovative Finance and Project Delivery within the Department of Transportation. Too often in the state of Connecticut, I think we rely on bonding to finance any and all transportation improvements, asking the next generation to pick up the tab and then some as the interest accumulates on that bonding. Instead, what other states have done, red states, blue states, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Georgia, is establish a small screening committee within the Department of Transportation to evaluate projects, not just in terms of their design and delivery, so that they can determine that project build may make sense in some areas and not others, but also innovative financing so that they can apply for RIF and TIFIA funding from the federal government, so that they can explore public-private partnerships, so that they can do an assembly build or bundle certain bridges together, or perhaps even pay as you go. Again, this would fall under the purview of the Department of Transportation. We expect that it will have a very modest fiscal note, partially because these employees can be paid at least in part by the federal projects on which they work. And from an overarching point of view, we seem to be in a moment where the federal government is poised to make a historic investment in infrastructure. Let's make sure that in the state of Connecticut, we're shovel ready. God knows we've got the needs in terms of infrastructure improvements. We want to make sure that federal dollars come back here to the state of Connecticut and that our Department of Transportation is ready to make those applications. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and happy to answer any questions from committee members.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Chair recognizes Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, both chairs. This is something that I've been trying to get done for almost my entire time here. I guess we're following in the line of Tesla again there, Senator Haskell, but I appreciate you putting this forward. And this is something I've wanted for a long, long time. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote for it. We've been big in talking about public-private partnerships, but we've made them all impossible to effectuate. So I'm a big proponent of public-private partnerships, and maybe we can get one done before I'm out of here. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, and we've had many conversations on this over the years. Hopefully, this is the year we can get some creative projects done under this type of terminology. Are there any other questions or concerns from committee members? Senator Martin.
Thank you. I think I got this under control now. My concern with this bill is if this private partnership obviously requires some type of funding, and with everybody, I think had the understanding that when we did these PPPs, there was always some type of guarantee through revenue, some type of revenue. And it seems like that this bill is now not requiring that. And I guess being on the private side, how or would we be looking to pay for a project, and what type of projects are we looking at regarding this bill?
Thank you, Senator Martin. Senator Haskell.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. It is certainly not my area of expertise, although I will say that there have been some really creative public-private partnerships in states that don't have tolls, where they have engaged in pay-as-you-go. I guess the point of us bringing this legislation forward is to allow the experts at the Department of Transportation to make that determination and to engage in those conversations, which have been previously unavailable to them due to this revenue generation requirement. It's possible that public-private partnerships don't come to Connecticut. We've had this authorizing legislation on the books without a single public-private partnership for many years. However, in speaking with those who are engaged deeply on this issue and have looked at best practices in other states, there may be forthcoming opportunities, the specifics about which I'm not really prepared to speak on today. However, certainly the Office of Innovative Project Finance and Delivery would be engaged in this work every day, and I'm sure would be responsive to your questions if the legislation is passed.
I guess I would have liked to have seen those ideas or the information that they do have, if this is taking place in other parts of the country, then I think this bill ought to be more specific in saying, hey, all right, we're going to allow you to do this. This seems to me very broad. And and I guess why do we need this legislation? For them to go find out, gee, here are the projects that we can do under a PPP.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to respond through you. I would just say that this legislation is necessary if for no other reason than that the public-private partnership authorizing legislation did sunset in January. So if the state is even going to consider having conversations with private entities who might be interested in investing in Connecticut's infrastructure at a decreased cost to taxpayers, I would add, then we have to pass this legislation. The problem is the reason, even though we've capped it at 5, that there hasn't ever been a public-private partnership is this revenue generation requirement. And I think the committee knows where I stand on tolls, but I also am realistic that we're not going to see revenue generation in the state of Connecticut anytime soon. And I don't think that we should be held back from potentially mutually beneficial opportunities as it relates to private investment in our infrastructure. But in terms of other states, I'm sorry, Senator, to respond to your question more directly, in terms of other states that have similar offices, for one thing, our federal government actually has an innovative program delivery within the Federal Department of Transportation. But I would also point to Georgia, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, and Oregon, all of which have some iteration of an Office of Innovation, not all of which necessarily have tolls or revenue generation. And, outside of our committee meeting, I'd be happy to provide you with links to those offices so that you can explore which sort of opportunities are available in other states and might become available in the state of Connecticut.
I just don't understand why we have to have legislation. To repeat, I guess, why for us to go gather information, why do we need legislation to give us this direction? Even though there is this funding requirement, what stops DOT from picking up the phone, looking on online, gathering this information? Hey, we've got this bright idea or this multiple of options that we can still do PPP, and then come forward with those opportunities. And now we know the specifics. This is really, really vague. Let me ask you another question, Senator Haskell. So let's just say that, and I guess when I first read this or came across this, I'm thinking, all right, there could be an opportunity with a bridge, and that sort of turns into a tolls to some extent. But I thought, okay, maybe they can utilize the airports and raise and do some type of PPP through airports, or maybe it's the Port Authority in those regards. So I thought, okay, I can see that happening. But again, there's no specifics. But what happens with the bonding caps? Because we do have them statutorily, and when we get into these PPPs, how does that come into play regarding the bonding caps that we currently have?
Well, I thank you, Senator, for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, I would answer that I think that this would relieve pressure from our bonding cap, because right now, essentially, with the exception of a few federal funding opportunities, the only way we're financing infrastructure improvements in Connecticut is through bonding. If we can take some of the pressure off of the bonding that we're putting onto the next generation through a public-private partnership, and I'm not saying that public-private partnerships will be right in every scenario and situation, but I do think that you raise a really important opportunity, at least in my neck of the woods. I'm passionate about bringing more air traffic into southwestern Connecticut, a region that is well financed and in need of air travel, but unfortunately lacks convenient access to an airport. Perhaps a Sikorsky or a Tweed could explore a public-private partnership, reducing the amount that the state has to rely on bonding and helping us stay below that bonding cap. I hope that answers the question.
No, I bring it out just so that everybody is aware that, listen, we do have a bonding cap, and how does these PPPs play into that cap? Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Representative Meskers.
Yeah, I want to thank you for this. I'm particularly interested in the private partnerships, private-public partnerships. I don't want to relitigate or re-go through, but one of my concerns relates back to our concessions that we did on the gasoline stations in the state. My anticipation in public-private partnerships is that there's always a chance for a spin-off and or renegotiation from the private equity participant. And I don't know what level of oversight, but that tends to be an opportunity to redress or find opportunities. So I want to make sure that it's not just left with the Department of Transportation. In the case of the gasoline service station, you know, we've had trouble in the state with zone pricing, and you know, I expected as we extended those contracts out that those negotiations might have provided an opportunity to try to get a more competitive gas price up and down the interstate on those concessions. Now that's kind of the oddball experience where I thought we could sit there as a state and say somebody wants something from us in terms of transfer. So there's two parts. It's the cart before the horse. If we manage to negotiate public-private partnerships, I think any modifications to the contracts once they're done, I don't know whether there needs to be a legislative involvement in agreeing to the modification, so that if an asset's created with a lot of value and somebody wants to sell it off, we can sit there and say, okay, we want to have some you know, executive and legislative participation in any transfer or change in those PPPs going forward, that it doesn't become just an internal negotiation between the DOT and the investors once we've gotten to that point. So that may be one of the things you want to consider.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. And yeah, I think when we heard a lot of public hearing testimony on this and a few other proposals before the committee, we were trying to figure out a way to take many of the good ideas that we'd heard this year and in years past and allow our DOT a little bit more authority and time to consider so many of them. And we didn't feel like their proposal to us with the broad expansion of public-private partnerships was the right idea for a lot of the concerns that you raised. But we did want to give them some capacity to continue in this vein, investigate different ideas and thoughts across the country, and come back to us with some of those ideas as we move forward. I think ensuring that the legislature continues to play an active role in those types of programs and projects and the oversight of our committee with regard to them is important, though. And I think we'll get there over the next few weeks and months before we see this on the board. And I appreciate your work on this issue and a lot of the time you've given me on it.
Yeah, just my concern specifically on that once the project's done, that there's oversight if the contract is extended. Like we did that on the concessions on the service plazas. I don't know if you were involved when we agreed to extend, you know, or transfer when one owner wanted to sell off his holdings. I don't know if that became administrative, and that would be a concern for me. That's why I smell opportunity.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Representative Devlin, you have the hand clapping emoji up instead of the raise your hand. I will. I presume you want to speak rather than just applaud me in all my brilliance. Representative Devlin.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, you know, I would love to applaud you, but I did just want to make a couple comments regarding this particular bill, which I do support. And I think it was disappointing that we didn't move ahead in prior conversations with the administration, with leadership on both sides of the aisle, leadership of the Transportation Committee, federal representatives to move forward with the TIFA and RIPA funds that were presented to us. I mean, such great opportunities. And, you know, to what the good senator had mentioned in terms of bonding, not to propose, you know, bonding all over the place, but if it is appropriate for 30-year transportation projects. I would not say it's appropriate for expanding state government and in, you know, developing new state mandated programs that the operating costs for those are going to be bonded. I don't think that is appropriate. And while STO isn't included in our bonding cap, some of our challenges are the expenses that have been put into the Special Transportation Fund, which namely center around the costs of employees for DOT, for DMV, et cetera. So I do think that this is a good initiative going forward, but I also did want to clarify just in relation to some of the comments that were made earlier. So thank you, and I will support this.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. Seeing no other comments, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on SB number 920, LCO 5759?
Senate Bill number 920, an act concerning public-private partnerships. The action is a JFS with LCO number 5759. Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Lamar,
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Casano, Senator,
Casano votes yes.
oh, Senator Casano, could you try that one more time? I wasn't able to see you on screen.
Senator Casano votes yes.
Just one more time, Senator. I don't have you appearing on screen. I'll try and see you on the gallery too. There you are.
Senator Casano votes yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers. Senator Summers. Senator Doherty Abrams. Senator Doherty Abrams.
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Senator Kissel. Senator Kissel. Senator Martin.
I am going to, Senator Martin will vote no in order to flag to have a further discussion with the caucus.
Thank you. Representative Berger Giovanni.
Try it again. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Representative Berger Givallo votes yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley, could you try that one more time? I wasn't able to see you on the screen.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Sorry, I wasn't able to see you in the speaker view again. Could you try one more time? I'll see if I can see you on the gallery.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative, I unfortunately can't seem to have your screen pull up. I might come back to you at the end. Sorry about that. Representative Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Meskers. Representative Meskers. Representative Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Morin-Bello.
Representative Morin-Bello votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Reyes. Representative Reyes. Representative Rosario.
Rep. Rosario votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Representative Steinberg, could you try that one more time? I'm showing Representative Smith on my screen.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Thomas.
Representative Thomas votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harrison. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbus. Representative Rabimbus. Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis. Representative Zupkis. And Representative Conley, if I could just try and grab you one more time.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chair, that completes the roll on Senate Bill 920.
Is it too late for me?
I would have to check with LCO. I believe the chairs are planning to leave votes open. I don't know if that has happened yet. But,
Yes, Mr. Clerk, upon request from numerous members, we're going to leave votes open until 3:30 p.m. today.
3:30.
So if it begs the clerk, if the chair agrees, I'd like to cast my vote in the affirmative for this moment.
Certainly. Representative Meskers, if you could identify yourself and then cast your vote.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Thank you very much.
Includes only minor and technical changes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to item number 3 under bills for final action is SB 982, JFS language 5907. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Seconded.
Motion
You can give it to
made by
Messer.
Representative Sims and seconded by Representative Carney. This is the big bill from the Department of Motor Vehicles. It is the bill that we will largely be working on as committee members and caucus leaders over the next 3 months. This is, as well as item number 4 on our agenda today, are the bills that rectify a number of statute concerns or ideas or thoughts that members have had, plus our agencies have had, about modifying our general statutes in these agencies. The one before you is comprehensive in that it deals with recommendations that come from our committee members and caucus leaders throughout the last few months. It has a lot of provisions in it that enjoy considerable support, and we will continue to work on it as we move forward with all caucus leaders. I often highlight that 2 years ago, while Representative Devlin and Senator Martin and I were arguing in every format across the state, and every closed caption television station in Connecticut, and every venue we possibly could, we were vehemently disagreeing with each other. We still could sit down together and work on these bills in a very bipartisan, open way. And it's a great experience that this committee has always enjoyed, being able to work on these agency bills right up until the final call of session. And we will continue to do that with all 4 caucuses having tremendous insight and thought into what these final bills look like. With that, is there any discussion on these bills? Seeing absolutely none. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Chair, before we start, I think that Representative O'Day had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Representative O'Day. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, I was trying to find the location where we're allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to have passengers, their siblings, to drive to school.
That is section 1.
Okay, so I'm going to vote this out, so today, between all of this, I was able to take my son for his driver's test, and he passed. I just found out, so a very happy day for my son to be able to drive at 16. But I am concerned with that section. I know, unfortunately, when I was 16 or 17, I was driving my brother to school, and we both got in an accident. We were both okay, but it was a fairly serious accident. And the distracted driving issue for teens is a big one. So I'm going to vote for this. I just want to highlight that for some discussion further. I know that's a point of contention for some people, and I've gone back and forth on that issue. So I just wanted to flag that for this point in time and just remind people to maybe think about that. I'm going to vote yes and encourage my colleagues to do so as well. It's just worth further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Day. Believe it or not, of all of the provisions in this bill, that is actually the one that is having the most conversation with me to this point. Folks have reached out to me about that one. So I presume that's the issue that we'll spend the most time determining if it's appropriate or not over the next few months. And I appreciate you highlighting it here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just briefly, I would just like to affiliate my remarks with Representative O'Day. I concur. I know that the way that we have presented graduated driving has actually saved lives. So I do think this is a conversation worth having as this bill moves forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, but I also will point out that there are extenuating circumstances that I think we should be also considering. In my own personal experience, I got my driver's license at 16 years plus 4 days. And at that time, my older sister was 17 and did not have a license. We had moved out of our original school district, but were allowed to continue in our school because she was a senior. She was able to, provided she had a ride. And I, as a person going into my junior year with a driver's license, was that ride. Further, as we went through that year until she got her driver's license at 18, I was her ride to work. My mother worked, my father was no longer with us. And so the only reason my sister was able to have a job was because I was able to bring her before I went to my job. So sometimes there are situations where we need to be able to be flexible. And so I certainly look forward to further conversation on this subject, but it's a balancing act that I think we all must be sensitive to. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Smith. I think you hit the proverbial nail on the head there as we try to make for allowance for very specific circumstances. I think Representative O'Day and Representative McCarthy-Vahey and many others have raised the consequences of allowing this too broadly and the very well-documented concerns that folks have with it being available to everyone. So I think that is the balancing act all four caucus leaders will be working over for the next few months. Seeing no other questions or concerns, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on item number 3, SB 982, LCO 5907.
Senate Bill 982, an act revising motor vehicle statutes. The action is a JFS on LCL number 5907. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Cassano. Senator Cassano. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers. Senator Summers. Senator Darty Abrams.
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Thank you.
In fiscal 21,
Senator Needleman.
Yukon projected a deficit of 7.
Sorry about that. Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman. Senator Austin.
At that, but it hasn't.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
We have
Thank you. Senator Kissel. Senator Kissel. Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Berger Gervalo.
Representative Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Concepcion. Representative Concepcion.
You're welcome.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Representative. Yes. Representative Meskers votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Morin-Bello.
Representative Morin-Bello votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Reyes. Representative Reyes. Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
Representative Thomas votes.
Could you say
Did
that
you
again?
get that? Rep. Thomas votes yes.
Thank you very much. Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbas. Representative Rabimbas. Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis. Representative Zupkis. Mr. Chair, that will complete the roll call on Senate Bill 982.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, happy birthday, Mr. Clerk, in case we didn't mention it earlier.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item number 4 under bills for action, HB 6484, LCO 5906. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Representative McCarthy-Vahey. Do I hear a second? Second by Representative Sims. Is there any discussion on the bill before us? For personal discussion, we'll turn to Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as you recognized in the discussion on the last bill, I know that this is our Department of Transportation bill that certainly has a number of items included within it. I just want to give special thanks to you, the chairs, as well as the Department of Transportation for your leadership on the issue of backseat seatbelts, which are in sections 17 and 18. I am in strong support of this. I know that myself and others, including Representative Belinsky, have been advocating for this. I am very eager to support this bill before us today and hope that we can pass this through the House and Senate and have this signed into law, subsequently saving more of the lives of the residents of Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McCarthy-Vahey, and you are correct. This bill, again, is one of those that we work on straight through to the end of session. There are a number of provisions within it, some that folks have been dealing with for a number of years. The person I'm going to call on next has been dealing with it since he was a ranking member of this committee and has already found ways to improve it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for all the questions on these. Just a quick comment on lines 118 to 126. as many of you heard, as we all heard, this involves the bus certificates. And Mr. Chair, my understanding is that right now, only about 10% of the routes are covered by outstanding certificates, which are essentially with two or three bus companies. And as a result of litigation, there was a decision that basically, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, it said that all of the routes need to have certificates because some of the routes do. And that's not being asked of anybody. It was a court decision that is consistent with case law and precedents, but DOT is not in a position to award certificates to all the routes. So in an effort to, and there was litigation in which the bus certificate holders, there was an effort to take those from them, and whether the bus certificates are worthless or they're worth money is being litigated now. So in an effort to compromise between the two, I know none of them are happy with my proposed amendment, but what I'm trying to do is figure out a way to get this going. It's been years of litigation and trying to get it settled. So I'm proposing that on line 122, my amendment will read, after the word "at," before the period, insert, except that on and after the effective date of this act, until July 1, 2026, any bus route operated by a person pursuant to a contract with the state and with a certificate issued by the Department of Transportation pursuant to the provisions of Section 1380, as amended by this act, as of the effective date of this act, shall continue to be operated by any person with a certificate issued by the department pursuant to said section prior to the effective date of this act. End quote. And the purpose of this is simply to have the litigation hopefully resolve itself by way of a settlement, or if the parties can't resolve it, the certificates expire as of July 1, 2026 for those 10% of the routes that they exist now. I know, again, the parties are not in agreement on this, but, oh, thank you. There's the amendment for everybody. I was hopeful that it got sent around to everybody. So happy to answer any questions on this. It's not a done deal. In other words, I think we're going to need to tweak this. I just wanted to put a placeholder in place so that further discussion between the parties and us legislators can be had before it goes to the floor of the House.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, for bringing this up for conversation. I believe you'd like to make a motion to adopt this amendment that we have before us. And for purposes of folks on the committee, this amendment was emailed to our clerk in accordance with custom and procedure, and has been emailed to each member of the committee. It should be available to you in your email inbox. And the good clerk is sharing it before you on your screen. So with that, Representative O'Day, would you like to make a motion to submit this amendment?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Chairman. My day job has got me distracted. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that this be considered a friendly amendment, but I am making this amendment with the understanding that it needs work. It was just put together this morning with some conversations with stakeholders, and I know none of them are happy with this per se, but I want to keep the conversation going and try and work out the litigation that's going on for many, many years.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. The motion has been made. Is there a second for this amendment from Representative O'Day's amendment?
Senator Lopes, second.
There is a second from Senator Lopes. Before we move on to discussion, if necessary, the chair recognizes this as a friendly amendment and agrees with the proponent of the amendment that this will not make anyone happy at this point, but we have been working on this issue for a number of years and has my complete support to continue working on it moving forward, to try to tweak it, to get it to a place where all parties can be comfortable with the outcome. For this time being, for purpose of committee, I do recognize this amendment as a friendly amendment. So if there's need for further discussion, the chair recognizes Senator Lopes, followed by Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need a I think I support Representative O'Dea's amendment, but I'll need a clarification first. He keeps referring to this word routes. And I think of Fred Gwynn from my cousin Vinny when he was saying Utes. I assume you're referring to the word roots, correct, sir?
Yes, I am, Senator. Thank you.
They say it's a small state, but I'm still trying to figure out what that word means. I am in support of this amendment. I do think we should go a little further. Part of the thought process I had was to eliminate section 6 and 7, as I've said for many years, to encourage the DOT and these bus operators to come to the negotiating table and try to work some compromise out. But I am supportive of this agenda, this amendment, with the thought that further work will be done on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And the motion made and seconded, the chair will accept as a friendly amendment, but I want to make sure that there's ample time for discussion on the proposed amendment. So if anyone who wishes to offer discussion on proposed amendment can re-raise their hand. Seeing none, Representative O'Day, are there any concluding remarks that you'd like to offer at this point?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Well, I guess there are. So just briefly, I would encourage the stakeholders to reach out to the chairs and the ranking members and myself. The goal is to enact this legislation such that we can resolve the litigation amicably and end it. And we certainly don't want the DOT to be burdened with creating certificates for routes that don't have them. And we understand that ultimately having certificates is something that we've evolved past. So this is somewhat of a compromise to kind of have them evolve to the point where they're no longer needed.
Thank you. I see Senator Martin. Do you have a question on the amendment?
Yeah, just to clarify, so if I understand the amendment and this portion of the bill, is that by agreeing to this, we're basically allowing DOT to issue routes without any application process for a certificate. Is that my understanding? Excluding with the amendment now that basically I'm going to say it will not need to issue certificate for 90% of the routes, but it's keeping the 10% that is currently has certificates. Is that correct?
That's correct, until July 1, 2026. So that there'll be a 5-year, so that the bus companies will have 5 years to understand that their certificates will expire and they've got to rebid or go through the bidding process of getting those routes or routes. And so then this will satisfy DOT in the sense that they don't have to do certificates for the 90%. And this will protect the bus companies for the next 5 years for them to be prepared to bid on these contracts as their certificates will expire.
So it just occurred to me, we've been trying to stay neutral in hopes that the parties would come to some type of resolution regarding, I guess, the property rights of these certificates. And are we even though we're amending this, are we still sort of getting involved maybe where we should not be in allowing the courts to settle this?
So I would answer that by saying if we do nothing, the potential for the litigation is to continue and nobody wins in that scenario, neither the bus companies nor the state. What this does is this gives the bus companies time to adjust and protects them for 5 years. And DOT, if we were to pass this legislation without my amendment, DOT could, bid these, the bus companies would have the routes, and the certificates, but there's no guarantee that the way the court ruling was, there could be other bids on those routes. And so then there would be further litigation over what would be an effective taking on it. So it's a compromise that nobody would be happy with. I don't disagree, Senator Martin, but it's a compromise, and hopefully we'll bring the parties together. And if they don't, and again, I'm not saying this solves it, but this is a step in the right direction, in my humble opinion. It's better than nothing.
I still sense my gut is sort of saying that we are maybe taking away somebody's property by doing what we're doing, even with the amendment and this whole section in itself.
So what I will, Senator, if I may, what I'll offer to do is talk to you further. I mean, we can, my goal is to use this as a placeholder for further discussion. And,
sure.
And I will work with you and other stakeholders and the chairs and the ranking members to try and tweak it even more.
Sure, I understand. I appreciate that. Thank you. But I think I'm just as a I'm just going to flag it for myself and for our caucus. I'm going to say no to the amendment and I guess to the bill, because I like everything else in the bill, but this section does concern me. So I'm going to be a no, and I hope everybody understands. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you,
Martin.
Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Senator Martin. Procedurally, I want to make sure we appropriately move forward with this. Everyone has had a chance to review the amendment, which is screen shared into this meeting and was forwarded to you via your CGA email account and was properly presented to our clerk and LCO in advance of our meeting. The chairs recognize this as a friendly amendment. And for those purposes, I think, Mr. Clerk, we can recognize this as a voice vote. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct. If all members for the voice vote could please turn on their cameras and unmute themselves in preparation. After I see members, we can call the vote. I will need Senator Lope, Representative Morin-Bello, Representative Thomas to turn on their cameras. Representative Goupil, if they are with us as well, to turn on their camera. And if everyone can hold your space bar down in a moment, that will unmute you for the and I believe the voice vote is on the friendly amendment offered on House Bill number 6484. I think members can signify by voting aye or nay.
Aye.
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 No.
Aye.
Aye.
Members voting nay?
No.
Mr. Chair, I believe the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there any other discussion on the bill as amended by Amendment A? Representative Carney? Oh, sorry. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll on LCO number 5906 as amended by Amendment A?
House Bill 6484, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. The action is a JFS on LCO number 5906 as amended. by Amendment A. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Casano. Senator Casano
votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Carney, could you try that one more time? I didn't have you appear on my screen.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Thank you very much. Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Doherty Abrams.
Senator Doherty Abrams votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman. Senator Austin. Senator Austin. Senator Kissel. Senator Kissel. Senator Martin.
Senator Martin, no.
Thank you. Representative Berger Gervalo.
Representative Berger Gervalo, yes.
Thank you. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Concepcion.
Yep.
942.
Representative Concepcion.
681.
Representative Conley.
Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Representative McCarthy-Vahey votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Meskers.
Representative Meskers votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Michelle.
Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Morin-Bello.
Representative Morin-Bello votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Reyes. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rosario.
Rep. Rosario votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
Thomas votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné. Representative Dauphiné. Representative Devlin.
Happy birthday, Mr. Clerk. Representative Devlin votes yes.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Harrison. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbus. Representative Rabimbus. Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you. And Representative Zupkis. Representative Zupkis. Mr. Chair, that is.
It's Mr. Clerk, I don't think I voted, and I vote in the affirmative. Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Thank you very much, Senator. With that, Mr. Chair, I believe we have called through the roll on this bill. And again, I believe the votes are open until 3:30.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And again, yes, the votes will remain open until 3:30. All right, moving on. Now we get to the moving part of our agenda here. Call your attention to item number 5 under bills for action, final action, SB 576. Not concerning the expansion of passenger rail service on the Waterbury branch of the Metro North Commuter Railroad. And before we begin discussion, I would just like to recognize the multiple years of work and conversation that this has taken. Particularly want to highlight Senator Kelly and Senator Hartley, and Representatives Rochelle and Reyes and Rabimbis for their continued work on this issue and highlighting the importance of investment in the Waterbury rail line. There have been so many people who've been focused on this investment for a number of years. And the good news is, while we are having this meeting, the governor is announcing that he's fully supportive of this investment and kicked up a press conference right in the middle of our Transportation Committee meeting to say he's fully supporting it and directing DOT to make a similar investment. So it's good to know that the advocacy of so many, including the bipartisan Waterbury Rail Line Caucus, this committee has yielded, I think, broad support for this investment. And in a time when public transportation and folks' willingness to jump on board the train has been curtailed due to concerns with the coronavirus, the Waterbury Rail remains a bit of a success story. It has retained its ridership better than any other branch or main line. And we believe that continued investment in this line will yield positive results in the long term and the short term. So with that, are there any questions or comments about this bill? Representative Carney.
Thank you, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I would just make a motion to start a consent calendar.
Excellent. Motion will start a consent calendar. Representative Carney.
Does the motion need a second, Mr. Chair? If so, Senator Haskell seconds.
Motion to start consent calendar made and seconded. Any objection to starting a consent calendar? Seeing none, the consent calendar is started.
Okay, then I make a motion that we move this bill to the consent calendar.
Hold on, let's make sure we're properly procedurally before us here. Is there a motion on SB 576?
Okay, yes.
Motion been made by Representative Carney and seconded by Representative Sims. Representative Carney.
Okay, I make a motion that we move SB 576 to the consent calendar.
Is there any objection to moving item number 5, SB 576 to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will move SB 576 to the consent calendar. Before us now is item number 6 under bills for final action, SB 983. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Representative McCarthy-Vehy and seconded by Representative Sims. Is there discussion on SB 983? JFS 5898. Representative McCarthy-Vehy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am in support of this. I know that when we passed bicycle legislation a number of years back, which you helped to lead, we talked about the crossing of the double yellow lines, and that's just something I'd like to flag for this conversation going forward. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Representative Harrison.
I'm definitely in support of keeping everyone safe. I guess I just have a concern for us to think about the safety of everyone, especially when I drive some of our more rural windy roads and realizing that, some of these vehicles pull off to the side of the road, and even though we stop to safely go around them, we can't safely go around them when we cross the double yellow line. And so I'm just concerned about an unintended consequence from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. I think your concern is aligned closely with Representative McCarthy-Vehy's and that of the chair. And I think we'll be working on this a little bit over the next few months to try and alleviate some of those concerns.
If I might add one more thing,
Of course.
you know, some of the concerns with this bill are already covered in current statute and protected that. So thank you for considering that.
Of course. Is there any further discussion on this bill?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative Carney.
I would make a motion to move this to the consent
Yeah,
calendar.
that's why I'm saying maybe you should. hold it.
Motion to move this to consent calendar. Does it have a second? Second by Representative Sims. Any discussion? Any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Representative Harrison, your hand is still raised. Is that objection to moving to consent, or is that left over from? Left over. Got it. Seeing no objection, this item will be moved to consent calendar. Moving on to item number 7, bills for final action. We have HB 5420. Do I hear a motion?
So move, Representative Smith.
Second,
motion-
Representative Carney.
Motion made by Representative Smith and seconded by Representative Carney. Is there any discussion on this item? Chair recognizes Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that this bill really would just codify what's described in the driver's manual as customary behavior when traffic signals are not operating. And because it's customary and not required by law, there are accidents that have occurred where officers that respond have been able to determine who's at fault. It's just really to sort of codify what we all get taught in driver's education, and hopefully will act in the future to reduce accidents that do occur. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Smith, for bringing this item to the committee's attention and for introducing it this year. We greatly appreciate it. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, I just want to thank those who did bring this to the attention of the committee. This is something that I actually thought was already law, and I can tell you in certain four-way intersections in my district, when the power's gone out, which it typically does once or twice per year, it does create some pretty hazardous situations. So I'm appreciative of that. I'm a supporter of it. I hope everyone else will vote for it. I see Senator Haskell has his hand raised, so I will make a motion when he's done.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Senator Haskell.
I was just going to thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to chime in and agree with the ranking member. I file this under astounding to me that it isn't already law. So thank you, Representative, for your work on this, and looking forward to supporting the bill.
Thank you. Representative Carney.
Okay, and with that, I'll make a motion that this item, HB 5420, is added to the consent calendar.
Is there a second on moving this item to the consent calendar? Second by Representative Sims. Is there any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, we move HB 5420 to the consent calendar. Next is item number 8 under bills for final action, HB 5419. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion be made by Representative Michelle
Second.
and seconded by Representative McCarthy-Vahey. The chair recognizes Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate your and Senator Haskell and Representative Sims and Senator Casano and Senator Summers for your assistance on helping me draft this bill. This is something that it's kind of driven me nuts ever since I've been up here regarding the Clean Air Act fee on motor vehicle registrations. I think those funds got swept maybe 12 years ago. So I think it's good that we're going to look at this particular account and where it's being spent. And I appreciate my colleagues' support of this, and I hope everyone will support it. I would make a motion to move it to consent if there's no objections.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Senator Haskell, you have your hand raised. Is that a remnant or?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. Remnant from the last discussion.
No problem. Motion is move this to consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded.
Second by Representative Meskers. Is there any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, item number 8 is moved to the consent calendar. Call your attention to item number 9 under bills for final action, HB 5726. Do I hear a motion?
Move.
Motion made by
Second.
Representative Sims, seconded by Representative Carney. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Representative Carney.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that we move this item HB 5726 to the consent calendar.
Is there a second to moving this item to the consent calendar?
Second.
Representative Michelle offers a second. Is there any objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Seeing none, HB 5726 moved to the consent calendar. Call your attention to item number 10, HB 6066. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Representative Michelle and seconded by Representative McCarthy-Vehy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we move this item HB 6066 to the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second offered by Representative Michelle. Is there any objection to moving HB 6066 to the consent calendar? Seeing none, item number 10, HB 6066 can be placed on the consent calendar. Mr. Clerk, could you please identify for the committee the items that are on our consent calendar? And upon acknowledgement, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. On consent calendar, I have Senate Bill 576, an act concerning the expansion of passenger rail services on the Waterbury branch of the Metro North Commuter Railroad. Senate Bill 983, an act concerning slowdown for service vehicles. JFS on that is LCO number 5898. The next bill is House Bill number 5420, an act concerning driver responsibility at inoperative traffic control signals. The action is JF. The next bill is House Bill 5419, an act concerning the Federal Clean Air Act fee on motor vehicle registrations. The action is JF. The next bill is House Bill number 5726, an act concerning the seizure of all-terrain vehicles. The action is JF. And the final bill on the consent calendar is House Bill number 6066, an act concerning street racing. The action is JF.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on the consent calendar?
Certainly. Give me a minute for a clean sheet. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Lamar.
Representative Lamar votes yes.
Senator Casano.
Senator Casano votes yes.
Representative Sims.
Senator Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Doherty Abrams.
Senator Darty Abrams votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Lopes.
Senator Lopes votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman. Senator Austin.
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Senator Kissel. Senator Kissel. Senator Martin.
Senator Martin votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Berger Gervalo.
Representative Berger Gervalo votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Goupil.
Representative Goupil votes yes.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy-Vehy.
Mr. Clerk, I heard it was your birthday. Happy birthday. Representative McCarthy Vahey votes yes.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Meskers.
Ditto from this site, and Representative Meskers votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Michelle.
That's right. Happy birthday, Phil. Representative Michelle votes yes.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Morambello.
Representative Moran Bello votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes happy birthday and yes.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
Representative Thomas votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné. Representative Dauphiné. Representative Devlin.
Representative Devlin votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes yes, and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Representative Harrison.
Representative Harrison votes yes, and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes. Happy birthday as well.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Zawistowski.
Happy birthday, Mr. Clerk, and Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis.
Happy birthday to you, and Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Thank you very much, Representative. With that, Mr. Chair, we have called through the roll on the consent calendar, and I believe I am here until 3:30 to make sure we have votes logged on all the remainder bills.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Yes, votes will remain open until 3:30 p.m. on the clerk's birthday. So if folks can get in quickly and register their outstanding votes, I think it would be greatly appreciated. With that, we have concluded the bills for final action today. Our next meeting will be on Friday at 1 p.m. You will receive links in your email. The agenda is forthcoming. There'll be caucuses scheduled for both Republicans and Democrats in advance of the 1 p.m. start time. We expect it to be not that controversial. There may be a few issues on there that will engender some conversation, I am sure, but certainly nothing like Representative Devlin and Senator Martin and I dealt with in the past few years. So I think we'll all leave our committee process feeling good about a number of issues that we have as a final product of the Transportation Committee. I look forward to seeing you then. With that, I would like to offer my full good wishes for our clerk and on having a wonderful, happy birthday. Phil has become a great friend in addition to a clerk of this committee, and we wish you certainly the best of birthdays, and hopefully you have ample time to enjoy it. And with that, I would recognize Representative Carney or Senator Summers or Senator Haskell with any closing remarks.
Nothing, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your birthday, Phil.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. I just wanted to say happy birthday to Phil. What are you, 35? 36?
21.
31 this year.
You look great, buddy.
Thank you.
Seeing none, we will stand we'll stand in recess until 3:30 p.m. for the purposes of casting votes on all of the items up for final action today. At 3:30 p.m., we will stay adjourned, and we will see everyone on Friday. Thank you all so much, and we look forward to seeing you soon. And again, happy birthday, Mr. Mignot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And if any members believe they have missed a vote, if they could stay in this Zoom, and I will just begin reading the bill numbers we have missing votes from.
Happy birthday, Phil. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Phil.
Phil, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Senator.
I think I missed one vote early, very beginning.
I believe so. If you just give me one moment to locate that
No
bill.
rush.
Yes, the bill that I will need you to vote on is Senate Bill number 982, an act revising motor vehicle statutes. The action is a JFS and the LTO number is 5907. The bill is, I'm sorry if I didn't read it, an act revising the motor vehicle statutes.
And Senator Casano votes yes on that bill.
Thank you. And with that, Senator, I believe, yes, I believe you have been logged in for all votes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Phil, good afternoon. Geraldo Reyes. I know I missed a litany of votes.
No problem, Representative. I do have you on the consent calendar, so let's start with the first bill. The first one I have is Senate Bill number 127, which is an act concerning.
Bill, while you're doing that, will you call Zupkis also?
Yes, I will, Representative.
Great, thank you.
It's Senate Bill 127, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. The action is a JF. Representative Reyes.
I'm going to vote in the affirmative to get it out of committee.
Thank you. And Representative Zupkis.
No. Representative Zupkis votes no.
Certainly. And is Representative Rabimbis still in this room?
I am. Thank you, Phil.
Wonderful. Representative Rabimbis, the same vote.
Representative Rabimbis votes no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe, okay, I do have you on consent calendar. The next bill, you know what? Let me make sure, Geraldo. Is Senator Kissel in this room? I do not see him at the moment. And so I will move to the next bill. The next bill is Senate Bill 920, an act concerning public-private partnerships. The action is a JFS vote, LTO number 5759. Representative Reyes.
Pass on that one right now.
Okay. Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis is a yes.
Thank you. And Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis is a yes.
Thank you very much. The next bill we have on our list for you to vote on is Senate Bill number 982, an act revising motor vehicle statutes. The action again is a JFS with the LCO number of 5907.
Excuse me, Bill, are you reading off everybody who missed a vote on those or just those people?
I am just reading off the people who have on missing a vote. If you give me a moment, Senator, I believe I actually have you on all votes.
I was going back and forth, so I wasn't sure, but I just wanted to check that.
I believe, yes, I do have you on all votes. I think you've turned in time for the vote as amended on JFS and the consent calendar.
Yes, I did, I think.
Yes, so I believe you are present for all votes.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday.
Thank you. I apologize. The vote was Senate Bill 982, an act concerning revising motor vehicle statutes. The action is a JFS with LCM number 5907. Representative Reyes.
That's a yes.
Thank you. Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis is a yes.
Thank you. And Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis is a yes.
Thank you. And Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Thank you. I believe Senator Summers, are you still in this Zoom? No, I will reach out to him. And then the consent calendar, I believe. I just need a vote from Representative Dauphiné on the consent calendar. Representative, if you would like me to read the bills we placed on the consent calendar, I'm happy to do so. Representative Dauphiné, can you hear me? Okay, I will wait until she can. Representative Concepcion, I believe I have you logged on the consent calendar vote and on our other votes.
Did I vote on item number 4, Bill?
6484. 1 moment. 64. Nope, that is the missing vote after you. Give me one second. House Bill number 6484.
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Just give me one moment. I believe that they'll want me to read the full JFS number. An act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. The JFS is LCO number 5906. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus is a yes.
And Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis is a yes.
Thank you. That should put us caught up. If you'll just give me one moment to double check. All right. And Representative Zupkis and Rabimbus, I believe you have now voted on all of our bills on the agenda. If I do find any mistake or error, I will make sure to reach out to you both and Representative Carney to log your vote.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and a happy birthday to you again.
Thank you. Now, Representative Reyes, I believe we have just one vote that you have yet to cast.
Yes. And can you just read that bill again and so I can understand it?
Certainly. The bill is Senate Bill number 920, an act concerning public-private partnerships. The action is a JFS vote on LCO number 5759.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you very much, Representative. And I believe with that, you have voted on all actionable items.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of your birthday day, brother.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Representative.
Yes, thank you.
Let's see. And I still see Representative Dauphiné and Michelle in the waiting room. Representative Dauphiné, can you hear me?
Hello? Phil, can you hear me?
Can you see these?
Can you hear me, Phil?
Yes, I can, Senator.
Oh, great. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
You got a haircut for your birthday.
I feel honored. Thank you. There are a few items for you to vote on the agenda. If it's okay with you, we'll just go down the agenda list.
Appreciate it.
Is Senate Bill number 127, an act concerning the sale of electric vehicles in the state. The action is a JF to the floor.
Did it pass?
I believe so far, yes, the bill is passing, I believe.
Okay, so I'm a no on that bill. I have concerns about the car dealers and the car dealer network, so I want to vote no on that.
Okay, I have your vote logged as no. The next bill is Senate Bill number 920, an act concerning public-private partnerships. The action is the JFS vote on LCO number 5759.
How did that go?
That vote, I currently only see one no vote.
I'm a yes on that.
Thank you. The next item is Senate Bill 982, an act revising motor vehicle statutes. The action is a JFS on LCO number 5907.
What was that one?
It is an act
That
revising.
a big transportation bill?
It's
Like a
the
department bill?
large DMV bill, yes.
Any important issues in there, and how did the vote go?
Currently, I see on 982, all votes are yay that I have currently before me.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. The next bill is Bill number 6484, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. The action is a JFS on LCO number 5906.
How'd the vote go?
I have one no vote to flag an issue for their caucus. The rest have all been yays.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Senator. And the final item is our consent calendar, which contains the last 5 bills on the agenda.
I'm a yes on that.
Perfect. In that case, Senator Needleman, I believe you have voted on all actionable items, and you should be good for the meeting.
Thanks, Phil. I hope you have a good time the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one. Take care.
Thank you. You as well.
Bye-bye.
Representative Dauphiné, can you hear me?
Hello.
Senator, how are you?
Hi, I'm well. How are you?
Very good, thank you. I believe I have just a few votes I need from you. If it's all right with you, I'll just go to an agenda order. The first is Senate Bill 920, an act concerning public-private partnerships. The action is a JFS with LCO number 5759.
I vote yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, just to keep me in, could you identify yourself?
Oh, sure. Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you very much. The next item I have is Senate Bill 982, which is an act revising motor vehicle statute.
Is that the amended one? No, I read that one on consent, right?
The amended
This is
bill
the
is,
state bill one, right? Okay. Senator Summers votes yes.
thank you. And the next bill is the bill that was amended with Representative O'Day's friendly amendment language. The bill is House Bill number 6484, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Transportation. The action is a JFS vote on LCO number 5906 as amended.
Senator Summers votes yes. I thought I voted for that.
You know what? You did. I actually just marked you down twice on that bill.
Okay. All right. I'm just bouncing between committees today. It's a little crazy.
I completely understand. I believe I have you logged on every vote now.
Okay.
Including the voice vote, and I am just missing votes from a few senators. I can text you on the side.
Yeah, Senator Kessel is not here today, so he's not going to be able to be present to vote.
Unfortunate. Okay, in that case, I believe you and all of your members have logged all their votes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné, can you hear me?
Hi, Phil.
Yes, Representative, can you hear?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting my driveway done and I'm out there like distracted from it, but I knew I could come back and vote. So I think I missed 4.
Yes, and if you just give me 1 second, I will make sure to pull those up. Actually, you just missed 1 vote and a vote on our consent calendar where we grouped items 5 through 10.
That was fine. Yeah. And 4 I was a no on.
Certainly, and just to make sure, bill number 4 was House Bill number 6484, an act concerning recommendation to add the Department of Transportation with a JFS.
Yep.
That was amended by Representative O'Day.
Yep.
But certainly, Representative Dauphinais, if I could have your vote.
Representative Dauphinais votes no on 6484.
Thank you very much. And Representative, we have one last item on our agenda. It is a consent calendar with Senate Bill 576, Senate Bill 983, House Bill 5420, House Bill 5419, House Bill 5726, and House Bill 6066.
Yep, and I'm good on those. I'm a yes. Representative Dauphinais votes yes on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Representative. And with that, you have taken action. You have voted on all actionable items on the agenda. You're all set.
Thanks, Phil. You have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And showing 3:30 on the clock.